Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Morning, my lady.
Can you please place the matter on record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 6th of June, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-002 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. The evidence was Zanele Butlezi. Both the witnesses are with Ms. Advocate van Bergen in his office. They are ready to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. If I may perhaps just clarify, the witness that I believe is going to be called first is Dr. Mkachwa. He is in a separate room. He is not sitting with me in my chambers. The only person with him is my instructing attorney, Mr. Martin, to help him navigate case lines whenever it should become necessary. Ms. Butelezi is also available. She is not with them where they are sitting. As your ladyship says.
Thank you very much. Can I just check with Mr. Pihlela? Mr. Pihlela, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Mr. Pihlela, are you there? I can see he has joined the meeting. Can you hear me?
Morning, my lady. I'm
Yes,
just having difficulties with my connection, but I am available. I don't know if your ladyship can hear me.
Show himself. Good morning, doctor. Welcome back.
Good morning, my lady. Thank you.
Nelisiwe, may you please administer the oath to the witness?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Usuku Morgan Mkachwa.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't, my lady.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pihlela?
My lady, my apologies. Before Mr. Pishlela.
Thank you, my lady. If the court pleases.
Just a second, Mr. Pihlela. Can we hear Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I just want to arrange for Dr. Mkachwa's monitor to be adjusted so that his face is fully.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, okay. Dr. Mkachwa, you have been recalled, or in fact, this is your further cross-examination by Mr. Pihlela and possibly by the other representatives or counsel who were not present when you testified, who were not yet on record. So that is the reason you have been recalled. This is for your further cross-examination by them. Remember, there were those parties who were not yet represented, where I indicated that once they have legal representation, they will be afforded that opportunity.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Pihlela?
As the court pleases, my lady. Good morning, Dr. Mkachwa.
Good morning, Advocate Pihlela. Thank you.
My name is Joe. Thank you, doctor. My name is Joe Pihlela. I'm an attorney with the Legal Aid South Africa. I represent 5 interested parties or persons of interest in this matter. And now I see that you've already testified to a lot of things. So I don't intend to unnecessarily prolong.
I'm going to stop you now, Mr. Pichela. Just check your phone. Mr. Pichela? I think you are breaking. I'm going to stop you so that you can... Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, there's a breakage. Maybe, my lady, I should try and exit and
please do so.
Let's court, please.
Sorry, my lady, to interject.
Yes, Mr. Pina.
Lady, I just want to formally inform the court, your ladyship, that Mr. Shabongo has taken ill. He's not available, but as far as possible, I'll endeavour to be of assistance with him, with his client.
Okay, thank you very much.
As the matter proceeds, may it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Can someone check with Mr. Pichela as to what is happening?
My lady, I'm here. Can your ladyship see me? I can see.
Yes, we can see you, but nothing is happening. That's why we don't understand. I thought this was the previous.
Yes, I'm able to follow, my lady. I don't know if your ladyship can see me.
I can see the face. You can proceed if you, because we can hear you.
Yes, court, please. Yes, doctor. Now, as I was saying, I represent 5 persons of interest in this matter. Now, just to start things off, and for the purpose of a background, doctor, you last worked at Life Esidimeni until the 11th of July 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, my lady, that is correct.
And you described yourself as a clinician, correct?
That is correct, my lady. I am medically trained.
And also, you indicated that some of your duties are being responsible for negotiating contracts.
Just a second, there is a hand, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this is the repetition of questions already asked to this witness. there was a decision made by this court that the repetition should not be allowed.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, with respect, I've just indicated that I'm setting a background. I'm not going to dwell much onto these things. I mean, I was not.
If you can sit properly, Mr. Pichela.
I have looked.
If you can sit properly, there won't be any problem with your voice. But it appears, yes. Continue. Let's hear. And we can't see your face. Yes. I don't know. It's a little blurry.
Yeah, I think maybe it's
just continue. Let's hear. We'll stop you in case we don't hear you. But you move towards, I don't know whether it's you.
My lady, I think if we are going to start objecting to symbols,
I'm going to request you, if I feel that those questions are many because that evidence is already on record, I will stop you. Just continue, please. You need not dwell there because there's no point of you repeating those questions.
I agree, my lady, and
continue, Mr. Pichela. Let's move on, please.
That's court pleases. Now, Doctor, you indicate that part of your responsibilities was you are responsible for negotiating contracts, correct?
That is correct, my lady. As a managing director of the company, it was part of my duties to look into business development.
Yes. Now, from what I could understand, from what I've so far managed to glean from the record and from your earlier testimony, you, before this marathon project, you were in contact with, you had relationships with other NGOs, correct?
Yes, my lady, there were NGOs that like Esidimeni would either do the trial of discharge with or discharge to.
Now, one of the people that I represent in this matter is Ms. Mokhojan. Now, she testified with reference to that aspect, and she indicated that indeed the NGO that she worked for, which is Moseo, had a prior relationship with Life Esidimeni. Now, what I want to understand from that is, did you have any service level agreements with this particular NGOs that you were in contact with, that you were working with prior to the marathon project?
We did not. I'm not aware of any formal service level agreement that we had with those NGOs.
Then perhaps maybe can you enlighten this honorable court? What was the basis of the relationship? I mean, how did it come by that you guys would then start working with those particular NGOs?
We would actually visit the NGOs to see their suitability for our mental health care users that we wanted to do a trial with or to place in that NGO. And based on the fact that those NGOs must have the proper documents that shows that they are accredited, and then we would, if we are satisfied that they would match the mental health care user that we were looking at placing in that NGO, then we would place the mental health care user.
So who was responsible for identifying those NGOs? Yourselves, as Life Esidimeni, or the NGOs would approach you? Well, I see there's a hand by Ms. Marriott here.
Ms. Marriott?
My lady, I'm going to object pertaining to this line of questioning. It does not assist the court coming to the conclusion pertaining to the causality of the deceased.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, again, with respect, the
Can I just
testimony that
request
was
the witness to step aside, please? Yes, Mr. Pichela?
the testimony that I've already indicated, my lady, that one of the people that I represent in this matter has testified about the relationship that exists or that existed between Life Esidimeni and the NGO that she worked for in particular. Now, before us is a witness who can confirm whether such an arrangement was ever in place and also the terms of reference thereof. Now, I don't see anything that is objectionable in that regard. We are not...
If you can assist us, where are you getting with these questions that can help towards the issue of causation in this matter? If you can just assist, because the issue here, she's concerned about where you are getting that is going to assist this court.
My lady, if I may, with respect, now, in as much as ultimately we are leading to the issues of causation, one is not concerned in that regard, my lady, to only deal with that particular aspect. As in, we have just 2 minutes into the course, we're already receiving saying causation this, causation that. I mean,
no. I just want to hear you, Mr. Pichela. We are all in this proceedings. Just convince me, persuade me, so that I can allow you or disallow you to continue with this questioning. Help me. I just want to get an indication as to where you are going. We understand that there is an objection before us, isn't it?
Correct, my lady. Now, what I'm going to say is, my lady, this issue that I'm canvassing with this witness pertains to the issue of also a timeline. If your ladyship recalls, there is a contentious issue with regard to marathon and non-marathon patients. We submitted a list of patients which we opine that these patients were not part of the marathon project, but that they came as a result of a relationship that existed between Life Esidimeni and NGOs prior to the implementation of the marathon project. So central to that, lady, is the proper categorization of the patients who had died under the project and those who died before. My client should not have to answer for things that do not form part and do not fall within the parameters of the Life Esidimeni Inquest. Because this project was not meant to cover...
to look at the evidence as a whole to determine the issues as to what caused the death of those patients also, isn't it?
That is correct, my lady. And I do understand that Dr. Mkacho in particular cannot testify to the testimony. It was never an issue that was being canvassed.
Just stop there, because we're not going anywhere. The record is not going to reflect properly. I think you're having a problem on your side. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear your ladyship quite clearly. And I can see your ladyship on camera.
My lady, Advocate Pichela is also breaking on my side.
Come again? Miss Marius?
He's also breaking on my side, my lady. I can't hear certain words.
Yes, he has to sort out his problem. Please, you may do so quickly, Mr. Pichela, so that we can continue.
Yes, your ladyship pleases. Malady, I'm hoping that your leadership can see me better now.
Yes, you are much better off, although not 100%, but it's better than the previous one. I just hope we will hear you properly now. Yes, continue.
I'm hopeful, my lady. Yes, the point that I was on, my lady, was that there is an issue of a timeline in respect of when actually the marathon project kicked off. There is also questions that were being put or evidence already on record with reference to the witness who testified, and she has indicated, my lady, that there was a relationship that existed with Life Esidimeni prior to the marathon project. Now, so is when exactly did that relationship terminate and the marathon project commence? Because I think that is important. And that supports of the document which indicate which are marathon project.
I'm going to stop you again.
Which are non-marathon project.
Yes, I'm going to stop you again. Something's wrong. You'll have to, I don't know, just make a plan. We're going to have serious problems here.
My lady, if I may
Is
be
there
allowed,
anybody assisting you?
If I may be allowed, my lady, at 30 minutes, I can relocate because I'm at the office now, but the connection at my place seems to be much better. So I can try, I can relocate.
30 minutes, it's a lot.
It seems like the network is down here. I'm using pardon, my lady.
But next time, please make arrangements before time, please. Because now we're going to take the whole 30 minutes. Is 30 minutes not too much, Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I'll be driving from my office. I'm accounting for any unforeseen circumstances on the road.
You're going when?
I cannot say it. It normally takes 20. I'm relocating to my space, to my own place, because here there is no network and the connection is bad.
Yes.
Yes, God pleases.
The court will then have to take an adjournment now until we hear from Mr. Pichela. Mr. Van Bergen, can the message be sent to the witness?
I shall do so, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
hospitals were normally given 7 days of medication, whereas patients that were bound for NGOs were given 28 days of medication. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is in line with our FLA.
Yes. Now, CCRC, was it classified as a hospital or as an NGO?
That we remember, CRC is a facility for the Department of Health, so it is a health facility.
Yes, what I want to basically understand here, doctor, is when patients were being transported to, say, CCRC, yeah, would they receive 7 days of medication or would they receive 28 days of medication? According to the classification, of course.
Thank you, my lady. They would receive a 7-day treatment package.
Because it would not, CCRC would not be regarded as falling in the same category as an NGO, correct?
Yes, my lady, it is not an NGO.
Yes, and what I understand is that this transfer of this 133 patients happened at night, because you indicate here that they were given their evening meals. Am I understanding correctly this portion of your statement, doctor?
That is correct. They were collected late.
Yes. Now, obviously, because these patients were bound for CCRC, they obviously had only 7 days of medication. Would you agree?
Yes, my lady, I agree. As I earlier said, CCRC is not an NGO.
Correct.
Yes, and we understand that in state, these patients did not end at CCRC, but they ended up at Precious Angels. Correct?
That is correct. That would have gone beyond my span of control. That would have been under the discretion of the clinicians within the Gauteng Department of Health. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, but what I want us to understand, doctor, is that this 133 patients who had only 7 days of medication ended up at an NGO simply because there were not enough beds at CCRC. Would you agree with that proposition?
That would be an inference because to our knowledge, the officials of the Gauteng Department of Health told us that these patients were being moved to CCRC. How they ended up at Precious Angels, that is totally on the discretion of the Gauteng Department of Health clinician.
Yes, I understand that, doctor.
In other words, just a second, if I understand your evidence, you are clear on this point in the sense that, according to you, when they were removed from your custody, they were removed on the understanding that they were going to CCRC. As to what happened after that, in other words, they were released from Life Esidimeni, discharged to CRC. As to what happened beyond that, you do not know.
That is correct, my lady.
Continue, Mr.
Yes, as your ladyship pleases. Now, you would agree with me, doctor, that this would create a bit of a crisis for the NGO because they are receiving a large number of patients at night and without the requisite amount of medication which you, Life Esidimeni, had recommended that they should be transferred with. Would you agree with that proposition?
I would expect that the NGOs would have a problem, and as indicated, that is beyond my scope. That would sit solely on the hands of the clinicians of the Gauteng Department of Health.
And I agree with you, Doctor, that, and I'm not trying to blame Life Esidimeni in this matter. I'm merely pointing out some of the unfortunate circumstances that were brought to bear on NGOs. Now, I'm going to refer you, Doctor, to a statement by Ms. Esidimeni Inquest. It starts on page 1465. Now, in this statement,
Just a second, let's locate it first. Yes, continue.
yes, I want us first to deal with a particular specific date, that is the 23rd of June, 2016. This date seems to feature very prominently because in even one of the reports, we see that there is this date repeating itself. Now, I want us to start looking at page 1467, and that is on paragraph 9. Are you on that paragraph, Doctor?
Yes, my lady, I am.
Just for your benefit, Doctor, maybe if you can just read through the paragraph before I start questioning with my questions, because it's not a very long paragraph. It extends from page 1467 to 1468. I just want to be fair to you so that whatever I'm able to put to you from the statement.
Thank you, my lady. It reads on the 23rd June 2016.
No, just read it for yourself. It's fine.
Oh,
there's no need for you to, just for your understanding, so that when a question comes, you should be able to respond.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my lady. I've read it.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I understand from this statement that Ms. Mnuba went to one of your facilities, that is Randfontein, where she ultimately collected 22 male patients. Do you see that, Doctor?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Now, one would expect that this patient, because it was at your facility, there's an indication of also that there were Gauteng Department of Health officials, and they are named there. Dr. Sophie Nkwani, Noncebo Sinelo, and Mr. Mogale from the Gauteng Department of Health. Now, the part that I want us to deal with is the last part. Just at the end, the last paragraph, the last sentence. She says there were 22 male with one pair of clothing, summary of their files, a container with toothbrush, and the washing racks. The patients were dirty with unpleasant of urine, All the patients were given medication to last for 28 days. I did not receive the entire medical report for the patients. I did not have any professional nurse, dietitian, and occupational therapist readily available. On arrival with the patients at the NGO, the assessment team had not arrived, and I called Hannah, that is Hannah Jacobus, to inquire from her, and she indicated that they were still busy, but we should continue to admit the patients. Nobody from the department came to do assessment of the patients on the day of their arrival. I'm going to pause there. Now, I understand you to mean that. Now, this is an eyewitness account by my client, indicating the state in which she received the mental health care patients. Now, would you argue against what she's saying on this?
Thank you, my lady. I would like to clarify the process.
Before the witness.
Yes, there is a hand here, Ms. Marot.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I still do not see the reference for causality regarding the death of the deceased pertaining to the line of questioning. We know the circumstances were dire when the patients were received by the NGOs, but I do not see the reason for these questions. It has already been asked and answered by several witnesses pertaining to this.
Can you excuse the witness for a while? If he can just step aside. Thank you, Ms. Merot. Mr. Pichel.
My lady, this is the version of my client. It relates to aspects which this witness has testified to, and therefore it is relevant. I'm putting a version of my client to a witness for him to comment. The witness has indicated that when patients were released, this was the terms of reference in that regard. He has also detailed incidents.
Thank you, Mr.
And he also
Ms. Merot.
My lady has indicated on several occasions this is not a criminal trial. It's not necessary for Advocate Piklela to put his client's version on a record. These documents are already before this court, the statements of his clients as well. I do not see, again, the relevance pertaining to causality regarding the line of questioning.
Mr. Piklela, let me allow you for now just to complete that part and then you move on.
Maybe the witness should be recalled.
Yes, the witness can return.
Did Life Esidimeni make any inquiries as to what happened to those patients? Because seeing as they were transferred at night, they ended up at an unintended destination. Did you inquire as to their well-being?
Noted you, Mr. Van Bergen. Let him finish his question.
Thank you, my lady.
Did you inquire as to their well-being after they were transferred under those circumstances as Life Esidimeni?
Yes, Mr.
Just
Van
as a
Bergen.
caring.
Okay, continue, Mr. Finish your question.
Yeah, just as a caring institution, because you indicated that these people were like family. You looked at them as family. So now that happened. Did any of you just to find out what happened to them? That's what I'm asking.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this was an issue that had specifically been raised during Dr. Mkachwa's prior evidence, also, if I recall correctly, the evidence of Ms. Buthelezi. It's a question that has already been asked and it was answered, and this constitutes repetition, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pichela.
I would request my learned colleague, Advocate van Bergen SC, to indicate the portion of the record.
Can the witness just step aside, please?
Because we are not talking here about other witnesses, my lady. We are talking to this witness in particular. So to say that the question was asked to another witness, it's not relevant for the purpose of this witness in particular, my lady. So if the senior counsel wants to refer me to the portion of the record where that question was answered and the answer that was given, then I would let it go, because I've perused the record and to me, I've not seen these questions being posed.
While Mr. van Bergen is going to respond, as I've noted, Mr. Martin.
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, aside from Mr. van Bergen's concerns of repetition, there's another issue, which is what value this line of questioning has at all. If it's Mr. Puklele's version, or if it's the version of his client, or if he's going to put to this witness that in the absence of Mr. Mkachwa checking up on the well-being of any of these individuals after they left life Esidimeni, that has some sort of correlative effect to their passing away months later, I don't see what the value is. It just doesn't seem to have any relevance, as it pleases your ladyship.
Thank you. Mr. van Bergen, I just want Mr. Pichela to respond to both of your submissions.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes. I thought you were going to respond now, so that when he replies to both Mr. Martins and your submission.
Yes, my lady, if I understand the process, Mr. Pichlela must respond to my submissions and now Mr. Martin's submissions. He has already replied to my submission. If he can reply to Mr. Martin's submission, I will then answer.
Mr. Pichela?
Well, I understand the objection to be with regard to the question of relevance. Our testimony has been allowed in these proceedings where the witness has testified about the fact that Life Esidimeni regarded these people as family, and the witness was also put, questions were put to the witness with regard to the Hippocratic Oath, to the extent that one aspect of that oath is to do no harm and to protect the well-being and so on and so forth. Now, those questions were allowed, my lady. I believe that Advocate Foster was the first one, and then it was followed by, I think, Advocate Munjalele, if I'm not, if my memory serves me, or if the record is properly captured. So those questions were allowed, my lady, and that stems from there.
Can we deal with your issue and leave the other things? Because at that time, you don't know what was happening, you are not there. Can we deal with your issue?
Indeed, my lady, and as I'm saying, my lady, that this comes from the oath that was taken.
Yes, but we need to, so far where we are now, we know the issues that are involved in this matter. So yes, you need to concentrate on what is relevant. At the time, most of the issues were not clear. We were just starting with the proceedings. Now, we want to understand why you are asking that question. Right? So this issue of Mr. Martin, it's very pertinent. So we need to hear you as to where are you going with this evidence in order to allow it? What is the relevance of it?
My lady,
let's forget about what happened in the past. it is now you who's before us.
As your ladyship pleases. My lady, the issue that I'm putting to this witness, it's an understanding of the role and responsibilities of Life Esidimeni with reference to the mental health care users, the 144 mental health care users that subsequently perished. Now, I do not want to draw any unfair conclusions with reference to Life Esidimeni and this witness in particular, to say that they merely abandoned this 144 people and didn't care about them anymore. Now I'm giving the witness an opportunity to comment if he's able to do so. Now, if, my lady, we are going to start strictly confining these proceedings to a vague term such as relevance, it is relevant, my lady, to the argument that I'll ultimately present at the end of these proceedings. It is relevant, my lady, to the inferences that I would require this court to draw. It is relevant also, my lady, to the arguments that will be presented with reference to the testimony of this witness, whether the court should accept that testimony and whether the court should apply caution to that testimony and so on. Now, it would be unfair to this witness that one should at the end argue that he should not be believed when he was never presented with the opportunity to defend himself.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
merely
Bishop.
affording this witness that opportunity, my lady. It is not that we are limited only to, as court pleases.
Over to you, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, my first difficulty with the line of questioning that Mr. Pishlela wishes to put to Dr. Mkhatshwa in this regard is that there is no foundation for it. There is no evidence that Life Esidimeni was under any obligation to follow up on patients once they had been transferred from Life Esidimeni's care. Yes, Ms. Foster did cross-examine with regard to the Hippocratic Oath. Your ladyship will remember with respect that I objected at that stage as to the relevance and the applicability of that cross-examination, and your ladyship at the time ruled that a broad approach could be followed. That has subsequently been changed. So we are no longer under the rules, if I may refer to them as such, that applied at that time. But let's look at what the evidence is, my lady. Life Esidimeni had a service level agreement with the Gauteng Department of Health. Its obligations and its rights were born from that service level agreement. Once the service level agreement was terminated, it had no further rights or obligations. It had ended. Equally, once mental health care users had been transferred to another facility nominated by the Gauteng Department of Health, that was out of the hands of Life Esidimeni. They had no input whatsoever into the choice of that facility, nor did they have knowledge of that facility. Your ladyship will recall that they had endeavored to find or to obtain information from the Gauteng Department of Health as to the admission criteria of the facilities, which was refused. So there is no basis whatsoever for my learned friend, Mr. Pishlela, to now insinuate that Life Esidimeni was under an obligation to have followed up on the well-being of the mental health care users. They had no right to do so. They had no obligation to do so. They didn't have the jurisdiction to do so. And I submit that this line of questioning, as Mr. Martin has in my submission correctly stated, is irrelevant, in addition to which there is no factual foundation to base it on, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. You want to say something before I close the matter, Mr. Pichela?
My lady, my understanding
And I'm
is,
not going to allow you to repeat what you have just said. I think I gave you ample opportunity. Just respond to Mr. Yes,
I
just
agree, my
reply.
lady. With reference to what has been stated by my learned colleague, Advocate Van Bergen here. My lady, when it comes to mental health care users, each and every one of us have a duty to protect them. And I believe that is in terms of the Mental Health Care Act. If you're a member of the public and you see a mental health care user being abused or being subjected to subjected to harm, you have a duty to report. You have a duty to take action. It is not that it is not my responsibility because I don't know this person or whatever the case might be. We all have a duty, and that is the point that I'm making. Okay. More so where Life Esidimeni was concerned, the duty remains. May it please you, my lady.
Yes. I have listened to all the submissions, and in my view, I don't think I should allow this line of questioning. I don't think Mr. Pichela has answered the question that was asked by Mr. Martins. And in my view, I don't think I should allow that line of questioning, and we must also avoid repetition. Mr. Pichela, you may proceed.
As your leadership pleases.
Can we call the witness back? Yes, proceed.
Doctor.
Yes, my lady.
No, my lady, I was getting feedback on this thing, so I don't know what was happening. That's why I paused for a bit.
Okay,
now, doctor, when patients were being transferred under the circumstances that were clearly not optimal or ideal, you would agree with me that there is a high probability of relapse, correct? That is as a clinician.
I would fully agree with your opinion.
Yes, and this type of information is not something that you would be compelled or required to include in your discharge summary, correct?
It is the reason why we insisted on handing over to people who would understand the medical condition of the patient. So we would assume that the clinician who had received the information would also do the same and ensure that that information lands in a clinically astute person to make proper clinical decisions. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, doctor. But what I want to understand is with reference to the specifics of what would be included in a discharge summary. To say you would not warn, as you indicate, obviously if the transfer is happening from one clinician to another, they would be mindful of that possibility. But as you have heard from the statement of Ms. Ngube just now, she did not have a professional nurse, she did not have this, she did not have this at the time. So essentially meaning she did not have a clinician with her when she took possession of these patients. Would you agree with me on that proposition?
I think it goes back to what we initially had advised the Department of Health on, to say we would like to see the suitability of the NGOs that our users were being transferred to be able to match the right user to the right facility. As you now expose it, I think I would not be in a position to know, because I don't know the process that was followed to place those users at a facility that did not have a professional capability. Thank you, my lady.
But based on your experience in the field, the ideal mode, the ideal process of transfer would be the one that you described, where you're saying a patient should be handed from one clinician to another. Now, there should not be any deviations on that.
I would expect that, or if you were to put them in a place where there is no clinical capability, I would expect that you would support the facility with clinical expertise to look after the mental health care use.
Yes. So, returning to my question, Doctor, and I just want us to finish on it so that we can move on. Relapsing of patients, it is not something that you would need to record in a discharge summary to warn the other institution that because of what is happening, there is a likelihood that patients may relapse. It would not be necessary. Do you agree?
It wouldn't be a necessary item on the discharge summary, because you are discharging to a clinician who knows the signs and symptoms of relapse. Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Now, when we talk of relapse here, Doctor, my understanding of this process as a layman is a patient might have had a condition before. Now that condition might now be under control. And because of what is happening, a relapse would then revert the patient back to that original condition. Am I understanding it correctly?
Mm.
My lady, the relapse simply means that the condition is not under control. And that would happen. And we need to bear in mind the fact that we're just not talking about straightforward medical condition. We're talking about psychiatric conditions in this case. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I understand to be, maybe you can educate me on this. There would be a difference between acute conditions and chronic conditions, correct? Of course, there'll be overlapping here and there, but for the most part, you can classify patients' conditions in those categories, correct?
Normally, yes, my lady.
Yes. And that these two categories of patients would require different treatment regimes. Would you agree?
I fully agree.
And also that they would also necessitate different levels of care and supervision, correct?
They both would vary in their phases of level of care, be it acute or chronic. Yes, my lady.
Now, when we talk of patients with acute and profound mental disabilities, would you say those patients would be, if patients under that category, would you say they would be suitable for an NGO environment?
We would need to understand what the profound severe mental case is, and to see how well controlled they are, and match it to the capability of the NGO to look after that patient. So it won't be every patient, it would be specifically identified, matched patient and see if they are suitable, and making sure that the staff looking after them, they have all the clinical knowledge and expertise to manage such cases. Thank you, my lady.
Would you say that patients of that category would qualify for, say, a newly formed NGO, which does not even have experience in handling that category of patients?
It goes back to what we proposed to the department to say, let's have a period where we can be able to invite the NGOs to our facilities so that they know the patients, they know how to look after them once we have agreed that they are matched for that specific NGO. I wouldn't take any patient of that kind and just place in the hands of somebody I just picked from the street. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I understand that when you raised objections with regard to the marathon project, one of the assurances that you received was that patients would be placed in a similar, in an equal or better environment or service. Is that correct?
It was our understanding, my lady.
Now, having dealt with NGOs before, ones that were accredited and the ones that you had dealt with, would you say any of them would offer an equal or even better environment than Life Esidimeni?
They would vary. Remember, the equal and refers to a specific condition. Is it suitable for that specific conditions? Because even at Life Esidimeni, there were various sections for certain conditions. If the NGO had the appropriate capability, I would say yes, it is at the same level as the Life Esidimeni. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you,
If I
Doctor.
may, just before this question, if I may, understanding your evidence, Doctor, would you be in a position to answer this question if you are not provided with answers from the department where you asked that they provide you with information from those NGOs so that you could be able to match them with those particular categories of patients?
Absolutely, my lady. I wouldn't be able to know which NGO is suitable for which mental health care user. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, apologies for this. I just want to find one thing with regard to the relapsing of patients. When a patient relapses, then the previous medical history of that patient becomes even more relevant. Would you agree?
The running diagnosis of the patient is what you're matching it against. And if they relapse on the current diagnosis. History may just help to give you the context of the condition of the patient in the previous years. Could it play a role? It would vary from one diagnosis to another diagnosis. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, I'm going to refer you to page 37729. It's 37729 to 30, paragraph 20. This was when you were under cross-examination by Advocate Philip Foster. don't know if the
Just check
if the index and
page.
There is a hand, my lady, by Advocate Asim.
All right. I just wanted to first get the page. Miss Asim, good morning. Is it still? No, it's now afternoon. Yes.
It is afternoon. We have the same problem that we had earlier. If my
That is why
before
I said we must first get the page, the correct page number. Is that what you want to address?
Well, first the correct date and then the page number. And the page number that's in the top middle, not the case lines number. Thank you.
Yes. Where is Mr. Van Bergen? Before I go to Mr. Van Bergen, Mr. Pichela, please give us the dates as I asked previously, and also the date when the evidence was heard and the page number.
Ask your ladyship, please.
The date I indicated, it's at the bottom of the page, and the page number is on top in the middle.
The date is the 20th of July, 2021.
Yes.
The
page number
is page 227. That is 227.
Thank you.
It is just at the top, my lady, where there is Miss Foster and the questions there.
It's page 37791, my lady.
Page
37791.
Yes, page. Let me go to the page quickly. Yes, page 37791. You may proceed.
Escort, please, my lady. If you scroll down, Doctor, to line number 20, I want us to deal with just what you have observed and your comments here, where you're saying just line 20. So did it put pressure on the staff? Yes. Yes, it was haphazard because, one, we did not know where the users were going to. We were the point of call between the users and the families. So when the families came to us, we did not know where the users went to, and that definitely is haphazard. Do you see that portion I was reading from, Doctor?
Yes, I can see it, my lady.
Now, I would imagine, Doctor, that if this type of situation prevailed at Life Esidimeni because of the manner in which the project was being implemented, the same problems would, by necessary reference, have been carried over to the NGOs. Would you agree with me on that?
I would infer, I wouldn't know because I wasn't part of the process from Esidimeni to the NGO.
Yes. In fact, you've actually chosen a better weight than I have. And that would be a reasonable inference for you to draw on this. Wouldn't you agree?
My learned colleague is asking me to make an assumption, and I would request to refrain from such.
Yes, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. You can assume the things that you haven't been a party to.
But you would agree with this was totally avoidable.
I would agree with you that it was not properly planned. If it was properly planned, managed in the project management framework, this would not have been haphazard. Thanks, my lady.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to take you back a little bit back in time. You mentioned one incident that really remains in my mind about what happened in 2007 at an NGO in Soweto, where there were transfer of children. You seem to have referred to it in one of your testimonies as an experiment that was carried out back then, although you were not part of that process, were simply informed. Do you recall that incident, Doctor?
I do recall that incident, and I use that incident as a warning or raising of a red flag for the Department of Health officials that we avoid a recurrence of a similar incident. Thank you, my lady.
Now, would you say that what happened in the Life Esidimeni now is in many ways similar to what happened in 2007?
It will be difficult to say it is similar. The quantum of the numbers are totally different. It wasn't a myriad of NGOs that our mental health care users were being transferred to. It was a particular NGO. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, but that should have been a lesson to all the parties concerned. Would you agree?
I agree. It was a lesson to us.
And it would have been expected that if a project of this nature in 2007, it was done on a very small scale, and still the results were deaths. Now, on a bigger scale, obviously, it would mean more deaths. Is that a reasonable assessment?
My lady, my learned colleague is pushing me again into a corner of assumption. I cannot assume because I don't know what the Department of Health officials learned.
Yes, I see there is a hand, Mr. I'm sorry, I've noted it late. Mr. Martin.
As it pleases your ladyship. My lady, I'm not sure if Mr. or Dr. Mkatra just wants to go off. I'll be very, very brief, but I'm sure that there'll be a complaint that he's heard what I say now. Thank you. My lady, it's much the same complaint that Mr. van Bergen raised a little bit earlier, which is what's the foundation for this? And if I could just say to your ladyship, if we could just consider the notion of what's being put to this witness. There's an assumption here. The assumption is that there was a disaster in 2007 and that we know what the facts were and what the cause was of that disaster precisely. And we then move on to saying that it is much the same as what's happened now, as though we know what's happened in this particular case. However, what is actually being put to the witness, if there's a version that's being put to this witness that there is a link between the Project Marathon and the deaths of these individuals and to Mr. Pichlele's knowledge or to the knowledge of his client, there is a version that Mr. Mkatra can answer to, then that must actually be put to him. So for example, if Mr. Pichlele says, one of my clients from XYZ NGO says that if this hadn't happened, I would have received patients with, for example, proper records or proper medication or something else. And under those circumstances, I would have known how to treat this individual, but I didn't. And because of that, this person died. That's the sort of factual basis upon which versions like this can be put, or upon which we can engage in this sort of what is at this stage nothing other than a simple dialogue. It's not evidence that's coming out because it's not going to help. It's like an informal chat. But it's not evidence that's going to assist your ladyship in determining what actually caused the deaths of these individuals, as it pleases your ladyship.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, the point here is very simple and straightforward. The witness has testified that to an incident that happened in 2007, which left an indelible mark on him. And he has also even communicated this incident according to him, to the department to warn them of something that transpired earlier in 2007. And that, to me, he was actually warning them about the likely repeat of that. Now, the point that we are referring to, we are going here is whether parallels can be drawn between what happened in Life Esidimeni and that incident in 2007. Now, I understand that the witness does not want to be drawn into that, and that should be the end of the matter, because it does not take us anywhere, except perhaps arguments would be put forward later to say, draw this inference, my lady, because of this and this and that. But in as far as the incident itself is concerned, we are not fixated on that incident. We're merely trying to understand, because no further information was canvassed with the witness with reference to the 2007 incident. Now, it may be relevant, may not be relevant, but at the end of the day, this witness is better placed to inform us of that incident, and maybe if there is a record of that incident somewhere, to refer us to those documents so that we can go and peruse them for ourselves. Because the understanding is there was no inquest held in that instance, and as such, no further action was taken. And that is what I believe would have transpired. But I cannot draw that conclusion on my own. If the witness can assist, my lady, then the witness should be able to assist.
Is it really necessary?
My lady, hence I'm saying one must also be mindful of the fact that some of the questions that are being asked are to confirm certain aspects of this witness's testimony, not necessarily because those aspects were relevant or not relevant. It is unfortunate, my lady, that at the commencement of these proceedings, there was a lot of room granted to many to cross-examine, and obviously your ladyship has come to the correct decision to curtail that room and to limit the extent of cross-examination. But those questions, my lady, remained unanswered. And if you had been on record on that day, we would have been allowed to canvass these questions. But at the end of the day, the point that I'm making, my lady, is we are not fixating on that incident. We are not trying to draw anything beyond whether there can be a comparison between the two. And the witness has already answered to it, my lady, to say that would mean he would have to speculate. And to me, I'm satisfied with the answer that the witness has given.
Can we move on? You had the concerns from Mr. Martin are very clear. I don't know whether you forgot to lower your hand. Let's just avoid repeating. And please, this is cross-examination. You can put your version to the witness if you want to, because that is why the witness is complaining that you are inviting him to speculate. Let's refrain from doing that. Thank you.
Yes, your ladyship, please.
Can the witness be called back? If I may, in the check with Mr. Profi, are you also going to have questions to this witness?
Indeed so, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, Mr. Pichel.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you for your answer, Doctor. We are moving on. Doctor, I'm going to refer you to a statement by one of my clients, Ms. Karina Morale. The particular page that I want us to deal with is page 549. Are we on that page, Doctor? Just paragraph 7.
Yes, I have found the page, my lady. Thanks.
Yes. Now, before I get into the statement, Doctor, I seem to recall you testifying that discharging more than 50 patients at one go would be something that is quite extraordinary. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And now if you read paragraph 7, I'm just gonna read a portion of it.
Let the witness read. Can the witness just read the paragraph to himself?
Yes, as your ladyship pleases. May I just go off camera, my lady, for a little bit?
Okay.
As God pleases.
Thank you, my lady. I've read the paragraph.
Yes. He's not yet back.
I apologize, my lady.
Yes. The witness is ready. You can pose questions to the witness.
Thank you, my lady. As God pleases. Now, it says that on the 12th of May 2016, I received 93 patients, and on the 28th of May 2016, I received the second batch of 92 mental care users from Life Esidimeni, Waverley, and Rand West Care Centers, respectively. Now, it goes on to say that the total number of mental health care users I received was 185. Patients were identified by Life Esidimeni staff by calling their names, but patients didn't respond. Patients were in possession of referral letters, medication for 21 days, which expired, no identification books, and incomplete medical records. The mental health care users were clinically not well, even if the staff of Life Esidimeni said they were assessed by the doctor. They were dirty and had no clothing and shoes. I tried to refuse to take the mental health care users. I believe that I received mental health care users who are supposed to have been discharged to mental hospital before they can be considered to be transferred to an NGO. Patients' wellness and health was not good. Now I'm going to pause there. Were you made aware of an incident of this nature as the man in charge at Life Esidimeni?
There was no formal communication that I am privy to that refers to this incident. And I think, as I earlier indicated, we are dealing with mental health care users. These are mental health patients. They are not your normal kind of a patient. And I refer back to the process that we followed. We did hand over to officials who are clinically trained from the Department of Health. I'm not aware of any incident referring to issues of not having clothing that was raised with me, nor any expired medication. I would find it quite unlikely that we would have expired medication given to mental health care users. The reason why we needed clinicians to receive the patients was to be able to have such controls, because that would have been picked up by the clinician at the Department of Health at receiving such mental health care users, and the matter would have been addressed there and there. I really cannot believe that we gave expired medication. We had very strict control measures for expired medication. Thank you, my lady.
This incident, incidentally, Doctor, seems to be one of those incidents that was confirmed by one witness. I think it was Mr. Rochelle Gordon, when she testified. She even indicated that after noting the problem, this issue was addressed. They were given, instead of the normal 28, they were given 7 days of medication, because there was no staff available to pack the requisite number of medication, like that is medication for 28 days. So this evidence has already been put on record by one of the witnesses, who records a similar incident in support of what Ms. Morale is saying in this paragraph. Do you have any comment on that?
I would stand by what I have indicated earlier on. We handed to clinical people, with clinical expertise and knowledge. And any clinician, when you receive a patient with such, or say medication, you would check and see if it is appropriate, and you wouldn't, a reasonable clinician wouldn't have taken expired medication for the mental health care users. Thank you, my lady.
Why would your people agree to release 93 patients at one time on this day, the 12th of May 2016, when by your own admission you're saying actually 50 patients is too much to be released on one day? Why would your people have agreed to do this if those controls were in place and they were being applied, as you say?
Please do understand that this was from the instruction from the Gauteng Department of Health. And our contract was expiring end of June. If I had held back on any of the mental health care users, on what grounds? I had no SLA that would cover me. So I wouldn't refuse. That is why I insisted on getting clinical people to take over the patients, because I knew they would make proper clinical decisions on where to place the patients, on making sure that whatever they receive from Life Esidimeni is appropriate and clinically appropriate. Thank you, my lady.
And obviously you are saying you would not be responsible where there were lapses, because you had competent people, you gave them responsibilities, you gave them the parameters within which to operate, and if they stray, it's not your problem, correct?
I think we must differentiate.
Just a second,
my
there is a hand here.
If Mr. Pishlela can just clarify who he refers to when he refers to you, and which parties is he making this statement in respect of? In respect of Life Esidimeni, in respect of the Department of Health? It's not clear which party Dr. Mkotshwa has to respond in respect of.
Mr. Phihlela?
My lady, I think it's clear. That's why the witness is quite willing to answer the question. We are talking about him. That's why initially when I asked, the first question I asked him is, why did your people allow 93 patients to be released in one day on the 12th of May 2016? So we are talking within the context of life Esidimeni. It cannot be that he can speak for the department. He has been very clear on that aspect. So I don't see where the confusion is, unfortunately, with respect.
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. If it's clear to me now that it relates to life Esidimeni, that the allegation appears to be that life Esidimeni should not have released so many patients.
Yes.
I'm satisfied. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. The witness can respond. If you can just rephrase the question. I don't know whether doctor got the question.
Thank you, my lady. I would like it to be rephrased. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Phihlela.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. Now I've lost my train of thought. Okay. Now, what I've said to you, doctor, what I'm putting to you is, what I understand you to say is that you, as the man in charge, you gave instructions to your people. You gave them a framework within which to operate on how they are supposed to conduct the release of patients. And therefore, you cannot be responsible where they have strayed from the parameters that you had put forward. Because you'd expect them as professionals, competent, to have executed your instructions in accordance with the law, correct?
You are correct, and that is the reason why I put in a second level of control where there would be the Department of Health officials with our officials doing their handover to ensure that the Life Esidimeni employees have carried out the instructions that I issued to them. Thank you, my lady.
Yes. And this second level of control, the people were not really reporting to you, is that correct? You're not really responsible for how they executed their duties. They came with their own directives, their own mandates, and they were simply there as an extra measure to shield Life Esidimeni from any wrongdoing. Would you agree with that proposition?
I do not understand, my lady, what my learned colleague is referring to when he says to shield any wrongdoing by Life Esidimeni.
Please
what I'm
rephrase.
saying,
Yes.
what I'm saying, doctor, I'm more than willing to, because this is not something that is cryptic to me. What I'm simply saying, doctor, is that in your wisdom, you felt it better that the Gauteng Department of Health should also form part of this process, so that at the very least, because they had the requisite resources in terms of the manpower and staff, they had their own clinicians, then your people would be handing over to the Gauteng Department of Health. And then what happened thereafter was not your problem. Am I correct in that simple assessment?
It is true. Once Life Esidimeni had handed over to Department of Health officials, it was up to the Department of Health officials to see the further process and to the placement of the mental health care users. Thank you, my lady.
Will I be correct in positing maybe this to you to say that maybe you anticipated that NGOs might not have the clinicians that you'd be able to hand over these patients to. And so you decided, no, I'd rather deal with the Department of Health because I don't have any contract with NGOs in particular. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct in saying I needed to deal with the Department of Health officials because number one, I did not know where the mental health care users were going to be taken to. I was deprived of that opportunity. I didn't know what the logistics arrangements were because Life Esidimeni was not apportioned to transport mental health care users to their destination. So yes, Life Esidimeni did the right thing by handing over to officials of the Department of Health who had the full knowledge of the full spectrum of the project. Thank you, my lady.
Yes, and also because you are not prepared to deal with those NGOs, correct?
I do not think that would be correct because Life Esidimeni has dealt with the NGOs before. So if we had the relationship with the NGOs, we would have continued to deal with the NGOs. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Doctor, would you agree with me that with reference to what is recorded in Ms. Karina Butsi-Morales' statement on paragraph 7, that on the 12th of May 2016, I received 93 patients. Now, that would be unlawful. Wouldn't you agree with me? To transfer that number of patients at once.
May I request my lady for my learned colleague to refer me to the...
Just a second. What is the witness saying? I've noted you, Miss Merritt. Yes, Dr.
I think wants to know the page number, my lady. It's 519 paragraph 7.
I was requesting my lady that my learned colleague refers me to the legislation that governs that process. As he said, it was illegal to do that.
Yes, Miss Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. The witness actually assisted me with my objection. I don't know where Advocate Pitlela is going with the legality of transfers.
Yeah, Mr. Pitlela. There you
my
are.
Lady, I'm merely, in a sense, my lady, I'm merely canvassing what this witness has been stating, that more than 50 patients is too much to be transferring on one day. So perhaps, and that is where I'm going, is with regard to the authority for his proposition. Because if he says 50, more than 50, it's actually something that should...
Mr. Van Bergen.
And 93 is more than 50. So to me, it says that that is even worse.
But he says refer him to the legislation. Let's hear what Mr. Van Bergen is to say. Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Just to correct what Mr. Pitlela said, the question that he had put to Dr. Mkachwa was whether he would agree that to discharge more than 50 patients in one go is extraordinary. And Dr. Mkachwa agreed, yes, it's extraordinary.
Yes,
he didn't say it was unlawful or illegal.
Come again?
He did not say that it was unlawful or illegal or anything of that nature. He just said it was extraordinary.
Yes.
I'll rephrase the question, my lady, just to get clarity on this aspect before
you
we
want to
move on.
rephrase the question?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may be allowed
if it
to
can clear, if it can clear the picture of this, because you should be very, very careful. You shouldn't also put words into the witness's mouth, because now when he has agreed to the extraordinary, you now bring the legality of the statement into question. Okay, continue.
Now, Doctor, you would agree with me, as you have indicated, as you have testified, putting transferring more than 50 patients in one go, it's an extraordinary thing. Now, I understand that from your experience, that is something that should not happen, correct?
I am saying it is extraordinary, referring to the practicability and feasibility of executing such an action. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
So if I understand you correctly,
Yes,
there is nothing unlawful about doing that. It can be done. There just has to be certain measures put in place. Am I correct?
You are correct. You have to have the necessary resources and capability to execute such an action. Thank you, my lady.
Now, let us now go to the 12th of May 2016. This statement by Ms. Morale records that she received 93 patients. And these patients were being transferred from a Life Esidimeni facility. Now, in your experience, what measures would accompany such a high number of transfers on one day in order to ensure that the transfer is done optimally?
As indicated, if the planning is appropriate, if the resources are there, if all the logistics involved in the transfer ticks all the boxes, that transfer can happen. If the receiving facility has the capability also to receive so many patients at a go, that wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, my lady.
But then you'll agree with me that on the 12th of May 2016, you did not even know what the receiving facility's capabilities are, correct?
It was not my responsibility. It was up to the officials of the Department of Health because they managed that movement from Esidimeni to the NGO. So yes, did I know? I did not know, but was it my responsibility to know? No, it was not. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Let us talk about the incident at Waning. I gather from your statement that if it wasn't for the interventions that you did as Life Esidimeni, this institute itself would have also been closed and those children would have been transferred. Am I correct?
I wouldn't give credit to Life Esidimeni only. It was also the fact that the officials of the Department of Health listened when we raised our concerns, and they took it upon themselves to visit Baneng, and based on what they saw, they then agreed to make the decision. Thank you, my lady.
And part of the reason why I am loading you on this matter is because Ms. Ngube will testify that when she signed up for the marathon project, if I may call it that, and this is on page 1466, paragraph 6, my lady. Therein she indicates that a decision had already been taken that I will be utilizing the old nurses' home at Kalafong Hospital and that I will be receiving 150 children.
You said, which page was that?
1466, my lady,
And
paragraph 6.
I'm not sure whether this is the correct page.
No, this one is from the old index, my lady. It's
I'm on paragraph 1446, and the paragraphs, as I don't know whether this is part of, yes, the paragraphs on the page, they start from paragraph 14. You have referred me to paragraph 6.
Yes, the statement, my lady, starts on page 1465 and it runs until page 1473.
1465, then the page number is not correct, because if the statement starts from 1465, what page have you referred us?
It's page 1466. The next page.
Yes, I'm on the wrong page, correct. Thank you. I think I'll get it. I thought you said 1446, so it's 1466. Yes,
correct,
paragraph 6. Thank you.
Yes. Now, with reference to the Baneng, with reference to the Baneng institution, Ms. Ngube will testify that there was a decision that had already been taken and that should be utilizing the old nurses' home at Kalafong Hospital, and that should be receiving 150 children. Hence, I'm saying that if it wasn't for your intervention in that regard, then it means that these children would have then been transferred to an NGO or to NGOs because the decision had already been taken.
I cannot comment on that decision that was taken. All I'm aware of is the fact that the department agreed with our, sort of reviewed our concerns and agreed not to move money.
Yes.
Now, if you page to page 1467.
I apologize, my lady.
Yes, just a second. Yes, Ms. Marot.
My lady, this witness has been asked on several occasions to comment on the responsibilities that falls within the Department of Health. It's now for the ample question that my colleague is asking questions that relates to them and not to this witness. I would then object to this line of questioning.
Can I ask the witness to step aside? Yes, Mr. Okay, Mr. Pichel.
Lady, I'm simply putting a version to the witness, nothing more, nothing less. I'm not saying that he must comment on this or anything. I'm putting a version to him. Now, the proposition that I put before that was that through the intervention as life is demanding, a process was halted. Now, he indicates that it's because the department listened when they raised their concerns with regard to banning. Now, I'm simply marrying that to the testimony of my client, who indicates that already the decision had been taken that she will receive children, and those children were from banning. I don't see why that is objectionable, because that is the version that my client is going to present.
Ms.
Marriott? It is not.
My lady, this version is not relevant to this witness that's testifying. He's putting the wrong version to the witness, or not the wrong version, but the version he is putting to the wrong witness. He should have put these questions then to the Department of Justice. Excuse me, Department of Health.
Yeah, Mr. Pichele.
Who is the Department of Health, my lady? I don't understand. Is there a witness that I need to record as well?
Those who were involved, the officials, that is the Department of Health. I understand the premise from where Ms. Marriott comes. Please just check how the questions that you're putting to the witness, because it appears we are just wasting time listening to one thing, you know. I don't think all those things, this with regard to our name, in fact, are taking us anywhere. It's not just a matter of asking questions. Remember, this witness has been called for a specific purpose. Can you deal with the issues that you wanted him to deal with so that we can just excuse him if you don't have more questions to him? I hope you're going to wrap up now. I don't want to. Yes, Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I just your ladyship's reference to whether there are more questions. Would it be possible for Mr. Pishlela and perhaps also Mr. Profi to give an indication as to how long they are still going to be? Because if we are going to take up the remainder of the afternoon, then I would suggest that we can let Ms. Buthelezi go home and not have her sit around here the whole time.
Yes, Mr. Pishlela and Mr. Profi, if we can just find out, Mr. Pishlela, if you're still having a lot of questions. It's now 5 minutes before 1 o'clock.
My lady, I think I could be finished before lunchtime. Maybe
I don't
1,
want
2 minutes.
your 5 minutes to be 10 minutes or 20 minutes. You must finish at lunchtime if you want to finish.
I will try my best, my lady. I'm not left with a lot of things to canvass with the witness.
Okay.
And with regard to Ms. Buthelezi, I also don't have a lot of questions for her.
But remember, Mr. Profi still has to ask questions. Mr. Profi,
I agree, madam. Hence, I was just giving an indication to the court that.
Thank you.
Once I'm done with the witness.
Is my friend Mr. President?
I didn't get, just a second, Mr. Pishlela, what did you want to say? I didn't get your last part. Well,
for housekeeping purposes, my lady, I was saying that once I'm done with this witness, I don't really have a lot of questions for Ms. Buthelezi because she has already been cross-examined at length on many of those aspects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Profi?
As the court pleases, my lady, without preempting what the doctor is going to answer, Mr. Pishlela has already canvassed a number of my concerns. It's merely just to close them in respect of the NGOs which I represent, but I anticipate not longer than an hour, and that's even pushing it. And then in respect of, I don't know how long Mr. Van Bergen is going to be in his.
Yes, perhaps Mr. Van Bergen?
Yes, my lady.
I see it's 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. Maybe we should just take the lunch adjournment and then Mr. Pishlela can just wrap up when we resume. And then you ask questions, if any, and then that can assist us to determine as to how far, whether we can agree that Mrs. Buthelezi testify today or not.
Thank you, my lady. At this stage, I don't believe I really have any questions in re-examination. I'm going to be optimistic and rather keep Ms. Buthelezi here, even if we have an hour left.
Because my worry is, okay, all right. I don't want her to start and not finish or maybe be prolonged.
Yes, but we should make use of the time if we can.
That's fine.
If we can get a part of her evidence out of the way, as your ladyship please.
Thank you. Mr. Pishlela?
No, I just wanted to assure the court, my lady, that once I'm done with this witness, I really don't have a lot of questions for Ms. Buthelezi. So I anticipate that even if Advocate Profi takes an hour, I should be able to be done in 10 to 15 minutes with Ms. Buthelezi.
I'm going to allow us that now. Where is the witness, if we can warn him? And then take the lunch adjournment. Where is the witness?
I've requested him to come back, my lady.
Okay. Yes, Doctor, we're going to take the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. You are warned as before. You have been in court. You understand the procedures. Thank you very much. Mr. Pishlela will wrap up his cross-examination when we resume. And then there will also be another person, Mr. Profi. All right, the court will take the lunch adjournment. Thank you.
As a
Please.
Are you ready?
We are ready, my lady.
I don't see the witness. Yes, the doctor is back here.
Yes, my lady, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, doctor. We are just about at the end of my examination. Doctor, have you been privy to the proposed cost structure that was being presented to the NGOs? The tariffs?
No, I had no clue. I have no understanding of what was presented to NGOs, my lady.
But considering what the cost structure was that Life Esidimeni was offering, would you say that that was the lowest basically you could go?
I am not qualified to say that. I know that there was a cost-benefit analysis exercise that was done by the Gauteng Department of Health on the cost-effectiveness of the Life Esidimeni services. That report would then be able to give you insight into how the costs were like. Thank you, my lady.
No, doctor. I'm talking about what you were offering as Life Esidimeni. Would you say that was the lowest you could go as a baseline?
In our view, it was, but then we would need a benchmark exercise to compare it to the market. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Now, doctor, you testified about problems that you were receiving from the department in respect of payments, correct? That in some instances they failed to pay you.
It is true. However, we were able to manage that process between ourselves. Thank you, my lady.
Because you had a cushion from your mother company, correct?
We did enjoy the support of the mother company, and in times when the payments were not coming through, the mother company subsidized us until such a time when we receive our payments. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let me try and understand what would be the implications of this in the absence of that cushion for you as a service provider, where you are not paid for several months. Would you still be able to function optimally without a cushion?
My lady, my learned colleague is pushing me again to that corner of making assumptions.
Now, if you can't answer, you just indicate you don't have an answer for that.
I do not have an answer for that because in my role and in my company, we always enjoyed the support of the mother company. Thanks, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, on this aspect, my clients will testify that they were not paid.
Which client specify? Which client or clients? Are you referring to all the NGOs that you are representing?
Correct, my lady. Dan
Yes,
Noile,
clearly to the witness so that he can know. Does he know all of them that you are representing? Did you mention all the names to him?
You know, I merely mentioned that I'm representing 5 interested parties.
Yes, if you can, just so that he can have a picture of what you're talking about.
We have Ethel Ngube of Precious Angels. She'll testify that she wasn't paid for several months, and this led to problems in terms of cash flow, in terms of buying food, in terms of buying necessary resources. Basically, the non-payment affected the manner in which the NGO could provide optimal service because she didn't have a cushion. as in Life Esidimeni having a mother company to subsidize. Would you say this is reasonable, Doctor?
I would assume that the Department of Health officials would have taken into consideration of that factor when they appointed the NGOs. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. The same will be said by Ms. Dorothy Franks of Anchor, that she was not paid and she even had to dip into her own savings to make sure that patients received food and care.
I don't, my lady, I don't have an answer to that because I don't have any relationship with Dorothy. Thank you.
Yes, and the same will also be said by Ms. Dan Noile and also Ms. Karina Moral. Now understand that your answer still stands in respect of all of them. Am I correct, Doctor?
It is correct. I was fortunate to have a mother company that backed Life Esidimeni up in times of trouble. Thank you, my lady.
Yes. Now, I'm going to refer you to page 23484, paragraph 10. Let me just go there. I think it's a transcript. I just want 23484. This is a transcript from the arbitration that was held 18 October 2017. That is day 8, session 1 of 2, I think. Are you on that page? We are.
Kindly help me with the page again, my learned colleague.
It's 23484, Doctor. 23484.
Thank you very much. I'm going there. Thank you. I found it.
Yes. And now, Doctor, from what I understand in terms of what you testified to here was that at Life Esidimeni, there were certain patients who were not dischargeable. Am I correct?
Yes, it is true. There were patients that we could not discharge.
Am I correct in assuming that at the closure of Life Esidimeni, these patients or some of these patients found themselves at NGOs? Am I correct in that conclusion?
From what you have said, but I don't have the facts to that because that process of placing mental health care users was the honors of the Department of Health officials. But from what has transpired, I would assume that they ended up there.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, your colleague Dr. Talatala, in his testimony under cross-examination, he indicated that when he was referred to an incident that happened at CCRC, where patients were simply left in the corridors, there was no proper handover of those patients. They were brought by nurses and simply left in the corridors for the NGOs to take them. He indicated that, one, the NGOs should have objected to that and refused to take the patients. And secondly, that they should have actually even opened cases, criminal cases with the SAPS. Now, would you also hold a similar view as a clinician?
As a clinician, I would definitely say if the NGO or the facility that is receiving the patient is cognizant of the fact that they don't have the capability of looking after that patient, they should have referred the patient to the appropriate level of care. Thank you, my lady.
And when it was actually indicated to Dr. Talatala that the NGOs did object to the manner in which those patients were being transferred to them, that's when he came up with a proposition that they should have laid criminal charges. Would you say that is what is required in those circumstances?
I would have expected the NGO to have voiced their objection through the proper channel, which is the Gauteng Department of Health, and if not resolved, then escalate it. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, then it wouldn't extend to open criminal charges.
I would take it from case to case. If it warranted for criminal charges to be opened, absolutely, but then I can't generalize. It would vary from one situation in a particular facility to another. Thank you, my lead.
Okay, maybe just to probe you on that answer. Are there any set of specific circumstances which you would say would warrant the opening of criminal charges or the registration of criminal charges?
I cannot.
Just don't answer. There is an objection here, Ms. Marot.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this question is very broad, and it's my respectful submission. If my colleague wants the witness to answer, he must provide certain aspects which is relevant to his clients and the deceased at their facilities.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, just before you, there is Mr. Van Bergen. Can the witness step aside? Yes, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I support the point raised by Ms. Marriott, but in addition to that, I question where this is going as regards the issue of causality. I submit that it doesn't add anything to assist this court in coming to a decision on causality.
Yes, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I'm putting to the witness what has been testified to by another clinician. And this is done so that this witness in particular.
Yes, we understand that it is done, but yes. Where are we going? You keep on putting things that, you know, I'm asking myself as to where we are going. Where are we going?
My lady, I'm trying to cover.
And I'm also looking at my time. You said you are at the end of your cross-examination. But you seem to be, I don't know where, I mean. Yes, let me hear.
At the end of the day, this question that I'm now putting to this witness arose from the answer that he gave. It wasn't, hence I indicated even before that, let me probe that answer that you gave. It wasn't, it was prompted by the answer that was given.
But where is this line of questioning taking us?
If your ladyship would bear with me on this aspect, because at the end of the day, one cannot argue that there would have been an opportunity to have made certain interventions, my lady, throughout the whole process. And those interventions would, in certain instances, because we are looking at the timelines when some of the deceased were received by the NGOs and eventually when they passed away. Obviously, an early intervention in those circumstances perhaps could have averted something. And that, my lady, the argument at the end is going to be that it laid within the hands or the responsibility of the department to do so. Now, the role of Life Esidimeni in that process, my lady, is going to be guided by the provisions of the Mental Health Care Act. And that is where I'm going. And that will be where I'm just finalizing my cross-examination.
But you must, please don't beat in the bush. You must come straight to your point, because we don't know. You shouldn't just generalize. That is why we don't have any clue as to where you're going.
I apologize for that, my lady. And
I'm going to stop you where I feel that some of the questions are irrelevant, because I think I've given you too much leeway today.
I will defer to the court's judgment on that, my lady.
Yes, but let's be specific on this very same question, because I don't think, I mean, you shouldn't generalize. I mean, we should understand where you're going.
My lady, I'm more than willing to move on from this question. And
Okay.
Just so that we can just finalize the last few bits that I have.
Can the witness come back? Yes, thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, would environmental factor, would chronic and acute conditions be influenced and affected by environmental factors?
Thank you, my lady. We are talking about mental health care users, and it is our understanding that change of environment and adaptation does impact on the overall health of the mental health care users. That is why we were advising the officials of the Department of Health to make sure that that process happens, so that the mental health care users are not placed in a totally unfamiliar place with unfamiliar faces, because most of them, or some of them, let me say, had spent their whole life at Life Esidimeni, 30 years plus. And that's the only home they knew. They had developed certain relations with some of the staff members, such that that was their family. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, would you say that by virtue of the rapidity of this, of the rollout of this project marathon, you would have had sufficient time to categorize and to place patients in the most optimal environment?
If our plan of, or our proposed plan of action was accepted, then that would have happened smoothly. We believe that we would have sort of allowed for our members to familiarize themselves with the new environment. Also, the ones who were receiving their mental health care users would have been familiar with how to look after a certain cohort of mental health care users, so that they are not placed in a stressful position. Thank you, my lady.
So in this instance, you are not given that opportunity, correct?
We were denied that opportunity, yes, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. On page 23503, paragraph 10.
Page 235.
23503, my lady. You mentioned that clinically there will always be a percentage of users who will not thrive in a community environment. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Now, by community environment here, you also include NGOs, correct?
I do include NGOs. Thank you, my lady.
And for the simple fact that you are not allowed the opportunity to actually account for those users and assess them and place them in an optimal environment, then some of them, it is fair to conclude that they ended up at the NGOs, correct?
From the discussions that came out of this inquest, yes, some of them ended up in the NGOs. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Doctor. On page 23514, Doctor. Is your ladyship on the page?
Yes.
Now here you testified that
Wait.
none of the... Oh, sorry, my lady. On paragraph on line 5.
Yes.
You testified that none of the NGOs, or maybe let me read the whole thing because it's very short. Most of our users would discharge back to their families when discharged. None of the NGOs that we visited in the area just to check were really geared up to cater for our users. Do you see that part of your testimony, Doctor?
Yes, I do see.
Now, I assume that here you are referring to the NGOs that you had been working with before the project. I think there is a hand, my lady. Mokojwa.
Yes, can we hear who's... We're waiting to hear.
Analyzation policy framework. Now, this was a theory that he advanced. Do you have any comment on that?
I do respect Dr. Talatala's opinion. He's a specialist in the field of mental health, so I think his opinion is valid.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, okay. Now, Doctor, just finally, before we leave, before I let you go, you will agree with me that life Esidimeni also falls under the definition of health establishment in terms of the Mental Health Care Act.
Yes, it is an established facility classified.
Yes. And now earlier, I put a question to you that why didn't you guys, after on the 30th of June, having delivered those patients which were originally destined for CCRC, which now ended up at Precious Angels, I put the question to you whether you went to check at the well-being and so on, and that was objected to because any foundation that has been laid. So allow me to lay the foundation for you, Doctor, and this is in closing. In terms of Section 11, subsection 1, every person
Of
the Mental Health Care Act 17 of 2002 as amended it reads that every person, your ladyship want me to display it on the screen or merely to read from it?
You can read from it, it's fine.
It says that every person, body, organization, or health establishment providing care, treatment, and rehabilitation services to a mental health care user must take steps to ensure that subsection 1A, users are protected from exploitation, abuse, and any degrading treatment. Now I'm going to pause there, Doctor. Doctor, would you say that, would I be correct to say that the users and the circumstances in which they were transferred would fall under the provisions of this section? It would amount to abuse and degrading treatment.
Just a second before the witness responds, Ms. Marriott.
My lady, it's my respectful submission. This is a legal question. This doctor never indicated that he's a legal expert.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, can the witness just step aside? Yeah.
Thank you, my lady. I was going to say the same thing. It calls for a legal conclusion, and no matter what the witness says, it won't ultimately help us. I'm also not sure that even if he was able to answer it, why his opinion would be more valuable than anybody else's on the subject.
Thank you. There you are, Mr. Pichel.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, my answer is very simple. The Mental Health Care Act is the authority with regard to the treatment, care, and rehabilitation of mental health care users. Now, a person such as the witness in this instance obviously is subjected to the provisions of this Act. Now, it will be quite concerning that this witness would not know the provision of the Act that governs the industry in which he operates. It will be quite a concern. Now, what I'm asking this doctor to indicate, he is a person as described in section 11.1, and there is a duty that is placed upon him. Now, there is no other person here who can answer this question better than the good doctor himself, because we are talking about the duties that were created in terms of the Act. We are going to be talking about the regulations. We are also going to be talking about the policy frameworks that are applicable to him. Now, it's not a question that we can shy away from. It is not a legal question, because by so saying, then you are simply saying that a person who is not a lawyer is this. An Act of Parliament is designed for us, all of us, citizens. It is not designed for lawyers to interpret. It's designed to communicate to every person in South Africa, and that is inclusive of whether you are a lay person or not. Hence, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So we can't say it's a legal question. I'm not asking him to draw a legal conclusion. I'm not asking him to interpret this provision. I'm merely asking him what he understands by this. And he's expected to know, of course, as we all are.
Yes, is it your hand up or maybe you forgot to lower it, Mr. Martin?
Apologies, my lady, I forgot to lower it.
Okay. Are you through, Mr. Pichela? Are you done?
What
Can
I
I
was
hear-
saying, madam,
Yes, I don't
was-
want you to repeat. Can I? Yes, Miss Merritt?
please.
My lady, I have nothing further to add.
Yes. Mr. Pichela, I don't know, but the way you frame these questions, I mean, they call for a legal opinion, the way I understood them. I don't know whether maybe it's how you asked the questions or not, but I just feel that this calls for legal argument. In case you want to argue that, you can do that at the end. It's not for the witness to respond.
May I be allowed the opportunity to rephrase my question, my lady?
You can do so, but we'll have to hear what questions you're going to ask.
Yes, your ladyship pleases. Should I indicate now or when the witness is
No,
here,
no.
my lady?
Yes, the witness. Where is the witness? Can we call the witness back?
I've called him back, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
The
you,
witness is back. Thank you. Continue.
Doctor, you agree with me that you are governed by the provisions of the Mental Health Care Act, correct?
Yes, my lady, we are.
And as such, you would be expected to know the provisions of this act, correct?
Yes, my lady.
Now, I'm referring you to Section 11(1) of the Act and what it provides. I'm merely reading and quoting the Act as it stands. And I want you to indicate to this court what you understand by this provision as one of the people who is expected to give effect to the provisions of this section. Do you understand me, Doctor?
Yes, I do. Thank you, my lady.
Just Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, the same question has just been put in a roundabout way. Dr. Mkotshwa is not legally trained. He is now asked.
Doctor, excuse us, please. Just bear with me. Yes, Mr. van Bergen, you may proceed.
He is now being asked to interpret the statutory provision. That is unfair in the first instance, and secondly, my lady, as Mr. Martin has previously said, it has no value whatsoever. My lady, the whole chain of questions that have been put in the last 10 to 15 minutes really does not advance the central question that your ladyship must address in this matter ultimately, namely the issue of causation. And insofar as Section 11(1) itself is concerned, my lady, Dr. Mkotshwa has already testified that Life Esidimeni was assured that the users would be transferred to facilities of equal or better quality than Life Esidimeni. He has stated the steps that were taken to ensure the safety and the smooth transfer in the interests of the users. My lady, there was a court order authorizing the transfers. This is all an issue for argument at the end of the day. It is not an issue for Dr. Mkotshwa to answer.
Thank you.
As ladyship pleases.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, I don't expect you, I never expected you to expect a witness like Dr. Mokaka to interpret a legal document. And I'm not going to allow you to ask those questions. I've indicated earlier on that this is a legal argument. It's a matter for argument. Maybe you can just live with that and let's move on. Because
Yes,
otherwise we'll keep on asking the question, maybe differently, the same question.
My lady, I do not intend to waste the court's time.
Okay.
I'm just going to put the provisions of the Act to the witness. I'm not asking him to interpret.
You have done that already? The witness, you've referred the...
My lady, if I may, with respect, this tallies into what Dr. Talatala has testified to with regard to the duty to report a matter to the SAPS. Now, the provisions of this Act, I understand that the objections comes from the fact that I was trying to solicit an opinion of this witness in respect of the provisions of the Act. But the objection is not with regard to the provisions of the Act itself. Now, those can be placed as Advocate Van Bergen SC usually does almost with every witness with any clinical training. He puts provisions of the mental health care to that witness, and those are allowed. So perhaps I've strayed further.
You see, my problem every time, when you are confronted with an objection, you keep on telling us about other people. I just don't, I take exception of that. I don't like that. You must stick to your point that is being objected to. Then you leave other things because that's where you lose it, the plot. As we're listening to this, the court has made a ruling. If you want to persist on that, you must know that the court is going to come again to say no. Right? Depending on how you do, you ask your question or whatever you want to put to the witness. Right? Initially, I gave you an opportunity to phrase whatever, rephrase, but now I've realized that you want the witness to interpret the law. Right? So I've indicated that this is a matter for argument. If you want, you might have to live with that. So I don't know the other things that you want to put to the witness, but just please refrain from referring to things that, because it's like now you want to challenge the court's ruling. So the court has already ruled, it's up to you. Either you live with it or you do what you want to do.
My lady, I'll defer to the authority of the court. Okay. I only have one last question, and that is with regard to the policy guidelines that are issued by the department, which also deal with this witness in particular. Now, those are clear and worded in simple language and for the benefit of this witness as well. So may I be allowed to refer to them?
Should the question, the witness be called back?
Indeed, my lady. I think it's my last question for this witness.
Dr. Mukachwa?
He has been called back, my lady.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Yes, your ladyship pleases. Doctor, there are policy guidelines on 72-hour assessment of involuntary mental health care users issued under Section 21 of the National Healthcare Act by the Director General of Health, Ms. MP Matoso, on the 21st of March 2012. Are you familiar with those policy guidelines?
Yes, I am. Thank you, my lady.
Now, what I'm putting to you is that on paragraph 4.4 of those policy guidelines, they repeat what is stated in section 11.1, and that is that a person witnessing any form of abuse, exploitation, degrading treatment against a mental health care user is required to report this. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, my lady.
And by necessary implications, doctor, any treatment of a mental health care user that amounts to abuse, exploitation, or is degrading would then be unlawful. Do you agree?
Would then be?
Unlawful, my lady.
Just a second, there is an objection.
Thank you, my lady. We are back in the same arena that we were earlier. My lady, all of these issues are issues for argument. This is not for Dr. Mkhatshwa to...
Can the witness step aside, please, again?
To comment and answer to. If my learned friend wants to make a point out of this, then he must put to Dr. Mkhatshwa in what respect he alleges Life Esidimeni or any employee or official of Life Esidimeni was party to or witnessed any abuse, etc., the issues raised in section 11.1 and in the policy guidelines. You must put that to them so that Dr. Mkhatshwa can answer to that. But what Mr. Pishlela is seeking to do is to assume a conclusion and a response as to how that assumed conclusion should have been responded to. I submit it is unfair to this witness and once again does not address the central issue that this inquest is dealing with.
Yes, Mr. Pishlela. I think this is clear because I think I gave you ample time and I've never heard you put in the version that you wanted to put to the witness or whatever what you wanted to put to the witness regarding whether Life Esidimeni has witnessed such conduct as envisaged in this particular provisions that you are reading. It appears you are just bringing sort of a conclusion. So we don't have that on record. So I don't know where you're getting with this, Mr. Pishlela.
My lady, if I may, that was going to be my last question to this witness.
But you can't start with the provisions of the Act without first laying a basis for that, isn't it?
My lady, what I understood from what I was trying to do, my lady, was that since the witness does not have the Act in front of him, I was merely quoting to him what the provisions which are applicable to the imputations that I was going to make. I couldn't just say to him, I put it to you that you did 1, 2, 3, and by so doing you fail to meet the provisions of
necessarily.
Section 11. So
remember what I said to you. I said to you, your problem is how the message is conveyed to the witness initially when I started, because I was also stuck as to where are you getting with that, which led to a point where you wanted the witness to interpret the provisions of the Act. Now you are using the word unlawful, but there is no foundation laid for that to allow the witness to answer, right? You should have just indicated to the witness in what respect do you feel Life Esidimeni hasn't done what or has done what, then from there you refer to the Act, right?
My lady, I will put the version that I'll put my version.
Yes, just put the version so that we can leave the matter to rest. And I hope you're going to assist us. Continue.
Yes, Your Ladyship, please.
I
don't see the witness, ma'am.
Yes, the witness can come back, Mr. Van Bergen.
I have called him back, my lady.
Thank you. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pishlela.
Dr. Mkhatshwa, I put it to you that Life Esidimeni had a duty to ensure that mental health care users that were released even to the Gauteng Department of Health and eventually to the NGOs were placed in an environment that is safe, that does not violate their constitutional rights, that is not degrading, that is not harmful, and that is not contrary to what is provided for in terms of the policy guidelines and Section 11(1) of the Mental Health Care Act.
Yes, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. Firstly, this question is there's a possibility of self-incriminating evidence, firstly. And secondly, my lady, the issue pertaining to the Mental Health Care Act does not play a role in the inquest. The finding of this court needs to make is whether the death was brought about by any act or omission prima facie involving or amounting to an offence relating to the death. Pertaining to the Mental Care Health Act, it's my respectful submission does not play a role at this point in time.
Yes, Mr. Pichel.
My lady, we are dealing with mental health care users. Now, by necessary implication, the Act is applicable. You cannot speak of mental health care users outside the parameters of the Mental Health Care Act. How do you then categorize them as such? How do you then evaluate whether the level of care that they received is appropriate? Because the mental health care users, the regulations, the policy guidelines, those are what sets the benchmark in terms of the treatment of mental health care users. On top of that, you would have the NGO Act, which also applies in this matter. You cannot divorce yourself from that and say, we are dealing with only the provisions of the Inquest Act. The Inquest Act even
you'll bear with us, Mr. Doctor. Yes.
Even the Inquest Act, my lady, does not say that other pieces of legislation are excluded. Now, in assessing what culpability is and what causation is and all those elements, whether they are present, you cannot do that in the absence of the legislation that basically defines the terms for you. Because then how are you going to define a mental health care user if you are not going to have reference to the Mental Health Care Act? I mean, the Criminal Procedure Act doesn't make provision for that. It actually refers to the Mental Health Care Act in respect of voluntary and involuntary mental health care users. So we can't divorce ourselves from this.
Yes, the other part, there were two issues that she raised. Did you answer the first part? I think
I don't seem to recall the second part, my lady.
Well, the first part related to
my memory.
Self-incrimination.
Yes, the issue of self-incrimination. Can I hear Mr. Thank you. Before Ms. Marriott replies, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, just to be fair to Mr. Pichilele here, a number of these parties who are due to give evidence were warned in warning statements that they are liable to, or they at least are accused of having contravened certain provisions of the Mental Health Care Act. Now, whether or not that ultimately becomes something that your ladyship can take into account in this inquest is another story, because my understanding of that, if I can just read the offence that is regularly referred to, it's that any person who neglects, abuses, or treats a mental health care user in any degrading manner or allows the user to be treated in that manner is guilty of an offence. That's what a number of people were warned about, including my client, Dr. Selabano. Now, the problem is that has nothing to do with causing the death of a mental health care user. A user being treated in a degrading way or anything that fits within that mental health care offence is not necessarily something that's relevant to the inquest, which is dealing with the question of whether or not somebody committed an act or an omission that is causally linked to the death of an individual. So it's quite a complicated issue, and I do understand how it is that Mr. Pichilele is has the Mental Health Care Act at the front of his mind. But it remains the case, it doesn't help to put this to a lay witness. He's not a lawyer, and he can't assist us on this question. It's ultimately something for argument and for your ladyship. As it pleases.
Ms. Marriott, okay.
Thank you, my lady. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pichela. You want to say something, then the court can rule. But I'm not going to allow you to repeat what you have just said.
My lady, I'm not repeating, merely stating that I am putting a proposition to this witness. Now, whatever answer that he gives is final, and that is the end of the matter.
But I think you're still having a problem, because the way this question is being asked, you're still taking us back, and you're going to get the same ruling that the court has already made, that this is for legal argument.
My lady, indeed, what I'm merely doing with regard to this witness is to be fair to him, so that at the end of the matter, my lady, any arguments that are being presented, it shouldn't be that witnesses were not given the opportunity to comment on those kind of things. Now, if he chooses to answer, my lady, then I'm satisfied with any answer that he's willing to give. But at the end of the day, I'm just putting to him what is going to be argued.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get his, as I understand that it's a very limited scope within which I'm operating at the moment. So I'm willing to accept any answer that he gives, my lady.
In any event, the court has already ruled. I mean, we seem to be moving in circles. So you can just spare that for argument, and then we lay to rest. We understand the record will show that you tried whatever you wanted to do. The court will refer to the record. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases. My lady, that would then conclude my cross-examination. I don't see the witness, so.
Can the witness be called back?
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kushela.
Doctor, thank you for putting up with me. That, my lady, concludes my cross-examination of Dr. Mkaju.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Mr. Profi ready to proceed? Oh, before Mr. Profi, Mr. Van Bergen? Oh, you're going to deal with him after, ne?
Yes, my lady, at this stage, I don't have any questions to.
Okay.
To
Thank you. In any event, they must both finish, and then if you have any question, you can just deal with that.
Yes,
all right,
ladyship.
Mr. Profi, are you ready?
I'm ready, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court pleases. My lady, before I begin, I just see that it's 3 o'clock. I just seek the court's direction for the convenience of the next witness, as well as Mr. Van Bergen SC's request in respect that she should wait for this hour.
Well, Mr. Van Bergen, I think it's already late now. I don't know. We don't know how far you're going to go, Mr. Profi.
Thank you, my lady. We'll deal with it at this end.
Yes, all right, thank you. Continue, Mr. Profi.
Afternoon, Doctor. For the sake of introduction, my name is Ebenezer Profi. I represent 3 interested parties who were owners or directors in Musecha Home, Takalani Home, and as well as Esidimeni Inquest.
Good afternoon to you, my learned colleague. Thank you.
Doctor, I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible to have you out of here to beat the afternoon traffic. Mr. Priscilla has canvassed majority of my issues. My cross-examination then emanates in respect of those 3 NGOs specifically. So when I ask you a question, please just bear in mind that it's in respect of the 3 NGOs that I represent. And if you've had no interactions with them, then so be it. Doctor, the premise of my cross-examination is based on your statement. So if we can turn to page 1455, being your statement. While my case line.
Is the witness there?
Yes, my lady, I'm here. I got to the page. Thank you.
Okay.
If we can then turn to paragraph 23. Just let me know once you're done reading paragraph 23.
I've got the paragraph, my lady.
Have you read it?
Yes, I have read it. Thank you, my lady.
My question is twofold. First, was Mosego Otakalani part of the NGOs that you had previously vetted?
Yes, Takalani was one of the NGOs that we used to refer mental health care users to. Thank you, my lady.
Takalani was one of the organization facilities you'd send users from Life Esidimeni to Takalani.
That is correct, my lady.
And Mosego home?
And Mosego too.
So then that eliminates the second premise of my question, being that Mr. Pishela has already gone through that there was this relationship between the two, so you were satisfied with those 2 NGOs, correct?
Yes, we were satisfied with the previous arrangements as previously illustrated.
Then, Doctor, in your position, sorry, are you done, Doctor, before I move on?
Yes, I am, my lady.
In your position as Managing Director of Life Esidimeni, you weren't concerned with things like nursing care of each of the users at Life Esidimeni. Your focus was more management, correct?
Yes, I was concerned about the number of mental health care users that this project was now instructing to be moved to those facilities. Thank you.
Yes, but as the Managing Director, you wouldn't have been part of the users' day-to-day activities.
No, yeah, I wouldn't be. Thank you very much.
Then if we can just go to paragraph 25, if you can just tell me once you've read the paragraph.
I have read the paragraph, my lady.
Okay, paragraph
25, my lady.
Yes, continue.
My emphasis is we advised the department that we had a contractual and moral obligation to ensure that the patients were not simply dumped in the community. With that emphasis in mind, can we then turn to page 50, Nursing Manager, Brandfontein, who then referred Dr. Sukuna to the hospital manager, who advised that they're instructed to not give the requested documentation. Frustrated by that, she then informed Dr. Manamela that there was a decline in the documentation as requested, which then prompted Dr. Manamela to send the email that I referred you to, which then requests you with a deadline to provide the medical records. So, did you receive this email?
I did receive the email. We were very clear with the officials of the Department of Health, including Dr. Manamela, that the files are available for them to come with their resources and make copies. And that still stood, and she knew that very well. Thank you, my lady.
So then the NGOs attempted to retrieve their information, but was prevented from getting that information by Life Esidimeni.
There is protocol, my lady. The protocol is we interact with DOH. DOH would then interact with the NGO. NGO, if they have any issues, then they raise with DOH officials. DOH officials then raise the issues with us. I was not going to breach that kind of a protocol. Thank you, my lady.
Was this protocol not followed by Dr. Sekhukhune?
As indicated, you indicate that Dr. Sekhukhune addressed her concerns to a Life Esidimeni member. The correct procedure would have been raise it with the Department of Health official, who would then raise it with me, and then we would respond in the similar fashion.
That's why I asked, did she not follow protocol? Because she told Dr. Manamela sent you an email.
True enough, I agree that she followed protocol by telling Dr. Manamela. But Dr. Manamela knew the arrangement we had, that the records are available for the Department of Health to come and make copies from. And that is all that she needed to do. Bring the resources, make the copies, and take the file back to Dr. Sekhukhune.
But Doctor, here was an NGO knocking on the door of Life Esidimeni. In light of your contractual and moral obligation, an NGO is asking for the information. Why not just give them the information?
The necessary clinical information was at their disposal to be able to manage the patient. This was contextual information, historical medical records that had nothing with the current diagnosis of the patient and current treatment plan of the patient. Therefore, Dr. Manamela would have obtained the records and have given them to the NGO. Thank you, my lady.
So in respect of the deadline given to you by Dr. Manamela being 10 June 2016, you just didn't do anything?
It was simple. She put the deadline. She should have sent resource to come and make the copies before the deadline, and the deadline would have been met. Thank you, my lady.
So can we then turn to page, before I move on to the next paragraph, but Doctor, the consequence of that on the NGOs would have been, for example, when they take a user to the clinic and the doctor asks for a history of the comorbidities or any treatment, the NGOs are unable to answer because they don't have that history. That's why they needed that history to assist in the care of the user.
Contrary to that, the discharge summary.
Just a second, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. We now entering a field which has been traversed numerous times, and that is making broad sweeping statements. Can Mr. Profi specify with regard to a specific deceased which of these allegations they relate to? He's making broad statements. It doesn't assist your ladyship.
Can the witness step aside, please? Mr. Profi.
My lady, the answer I have is that I merely seek the background in respect of the circumstances surrounding the source. We've been witness after witness, we've been traversing the aspect of what it means to have these inadequate records. We now have the witness who is the source of those inadequate records. I merely wanted the background, and when the NGOs respectively take the stand, they will then present each individual case.
The witness is here. Why don't you specify? Why don't you give particularity of what you're talking about? Because
That's
once
what-
this witness is gone, he's gone, isn't it?
He was only dealing with he indicated that he'd only dealt with the management with the department, and thus putting to him each and every user is out of his scope, because he had said he dealt with management and he didn't deal with the users on a day-to-day or individual basis.
Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, I submit that that does not save Mr. Profy's question from falling into the category of being unreasonable and unfair to this witness. If he is of the opinion that this witness cannot comment on any clinical issues, well, then this witness is not the one to whom a question, as was put, should be put. In all fairness to Life Esidimeni as a group, the actual version of what is going to be testified should be put, if not to this witness, then to whatever other factual witness may testify. And this goes to what was raised in my letter to your ladyship regarding the reduction of the time spent in this matter. At that stage, I suggested that each party, if it intended implicating any other party, was to state the grounds on which it was going to do so. That would have enabled everybody to know where they stood and to prepare. But to ambush in the manner that is being done is not appropriate, and it should not be allowed, with respect.
Thank you. Mr. Profi?
The questions that I needed answers to have been answered, so I was prepared to move on to my next paragraph.
Come again?
I'm saying the questions that I need answers to have been answered by this witness, so as I'd indicated, that I was prepared to move to my next paragraph.
Yes, but whether you're moving on, you must refrain from asking this question. Perhaps we should first check as to whether is this the correct witness to answer those questions that you're posing to the witness, right? Because as you say, he was in management. He was not the person who was in the nursing department or nursing care of the patients, isn't it?
Correct, my lady. That's why that answers
So
Dr.
then that question, was it the right question to be put to that particular witness? That is why now you had to generalize, isn't it?
Before I answer, let me ask, which question is my lady referring to?
The very same questions that the witness has already answered. I'm just saying, please refrain from such questions. We understand they've been answered, but the court will have to look at that evidence. Thank you. Continue. I'm just saying, refrain from asking those questions, take into account that we are all well aware that he has been the manager of Life Esidimeni. So he must answer questions pertaining to his responsibilities at the time. Thank you.
Dr.
There is the witness, you may proceed.
Can you then read paragraph 29?
Where are we now?
His statement.
His statement.
His statement, my lady, if I can just go there. Oh, apologies, my lady. I've concluded the aspect of the email. If we return back to his statement.
Yes, just finish the issue of the email so that we can Are you not done with this?
I'm done, my lady. I'm back to his statement, moving on to the next paragraph 29.
Thank you. This is now page 1455. Then you look for paragraph 29. It's on page 1457.
The court pleases.
Thank you, my lady. I've got the page.
Yes.
Have you read the paragraph, Doctor?
Yes, I have.
My emphasis is that the assessments of the MHCUs would be complicated by the person who conducts the assessment if the user did not know the history if they did not know the history of the MCU's condition, would you agree with me that that same logic that applied to Life Esidimeni applies to the NGOs?
Which patient still taking us back, Mr. Profi?
Apologies, my lady.
Which patient? I think you are still going back. The same. This is the issue that we are trying to address, I think. Can the witness excuse us? Yes, that's how I understand your question. I think you're going back where we were regarding the questions that are being put to this witness.
The court's concerned that they are too general.
Yes.
The reason, my lady, the reason for that is because this witness speaks of the NGOs and the transfers collectively, because he wasn't there every day in the viewpoint of
yes,
of being there with the users.
Remember, his evidence was that was reported to him. Now it goes back to the question of whether is he the person who should be asked this type of questions, or whether that should maybe be reserved to a person who will be in a position to answer, who was involved, because he kept on saying it was it was reported to me. That's how I understood this evidence. Am I correct, Mr. van Bergen?
As your ladyship pleases.
Mr. Profi?
My lady, the reason why I find why he can answer is he's the managing director of Life Esidimeni. He's been facilitating transfers on behalf of Life Esidimeni before the project. So he's aware of protocol.
Was he facilitating the transfers? That's not the evidence. Let me hear Mr. van Bergen there.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I have a further difficulty with this question, as Mr. Profi wishes to put it. Paragraph 29 deals not with the treatment of a particular mental health care user. It deals with the process of deciding which users were to be matched with which facility. So what Mr. Profi seeks to do is he's seeking to compare apples with pears. There is a difference between deciding which user to send to which NGO as compared to receiving a user at an NGO with a discharge summary, with whatever other documents were present, bearing the diagnosis and the treatment. They are two distinct and separate issues, and they cannot be compared to each other. As your ladyship pleases.
My lady, that's where I disagree with my learned senior, is that the paragraph and the paragraph in the statement reflects that there is a difficulty in assessment, and his reservations were that if he hands over to somebody who doesn't know the history, that will be detrimental to the user. So if one accepts that evidence as he has stated it, I'm merely asking the witness if that same logic applies to an NGO, that when the NGO receives that user, as he says in the same paragraph, that if the assessing party doesn't know the history, it complicates its ability to care for the user. That is what I take from paragraph 29.
Can I just look at the paragraph first? That because
it is compiled by a multidisciplinary team. That would be the first point of control. The second point of control would be when the clinical officials of the Department of Health check on the discharge summary, they would then match that against the medication of the mental health care users to ensure that that is all covered. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, if I had presented you with discharge summaries that only reflected the mental history of the user and not the physical condition of the user, would you be in a position to comment in respect of such particular user?
If the user had only mental health care discharge summary notes, that would simply refer to a mental health care case. So that would be a mental health care user who has a mental diagnosis at the time of discharge and no medical condition associated with it. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, just to conclude that point, I agree with you 100%, but would you agree with me that the conclusion to that, what you're saying now, is that the NGO would then not know if there were physical conditions? They would, like you say, treat the person for mental issues because that's all that reflects.
It comes back to what I indicated earlier on, that we hand it over to clinicians who would then determine the appropriate clinical setting for that particular mental health care user. I would expect that we had a full continuum of healthcare professionals at Life Esidimeni, and that information would be in the discharge summary if necessary. Thank you, my dear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Just going back to when I said to you that the information Dr. Sikukuna requested from the Randfontein manager was in respect of the periodic reports would indicate that would mention a comorbidity, but there would be nothing stated around the treatment of that comorbidity. So the information she wanted was in respect of how the user was treated for that specific comorbidity at Life Esidimeni.
I would find it difficult that a multidisciplinary team would write a discharge summary that does not cover the patient comprehensively. I therefore would not expect, unless it's a new emerging or medical condition that happened when the patient arrived at the NGO. If it was a condition that was there at Life Esidimeni, the multidisciplinary team would have captured that condition and would have discharged the mental health care user with the necessary treatment plan that covered that medical condition. Thank you, my lady.
That is what should have happened, correct, Doctor?
What is that?
My lady, I'm just saying to the doctor that his explanation is what should happen ordinarily.
Yes, I think he has explained it, yes.
Doctor, in light of Life Esidimeni closing down, what was the difficulty of providing the NGOs with all the medical records? Of it, the resources.
As I have indicated earlier on, some of those mental health care users were with Life Esidimeni for 30 years or more. Can you imagine the load of files for that individual mental health care users, let alone the quantum of numbers that were now part of the marathon program? That is the reason why we requested Dr. Manamela and team to provide resources to make those copies. Seen also in her, she says at the bottom, if you need assistance, let us know. it was in the context of the fact that they knew to apply the resources to make the print so that we could focus on making sure that the mental health care users, when transferred, are transferred with correct discharge summary, make sure that they have their medication accompanying them so that the continuum of care is not interrupted. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
But the facility was closing, so why did we need copies? Why not just give the files over? Why do you still need the patient's files?
Why we need the patient's files? The vetting we are in today refers to, answers that question. We would currently have no reference at all if we're giving them to the Department of Health. So we needed to have copies to fall back to should there be any instances like we are sitting currently. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Was it Life Esidimeni or the department's responsibility to communicate to the NGOs that the additional information you want sits at Life Esidimeni, arrange printing facilities and you can go get that information?
As indicated, we did not have direct NGOs. We communicated to NGOs via the officials of the Department of Health. So it would have been in their area to make sure that they inform the NGOs that they place the mental health care users that should they need the whole individual file of a mental health care user, this is the procedure that needed to be followed. It was not up to Life Esidimeni. Thank you.
I hear you when I understand that logic in respect of the new NGOs, you didn't know them and that was part of your concern. But the existing NGOs that you did have a relationship with, could you not have told them the issue?
In business, you need to maintain consistency so that you can be able to understand your systems, your processes that you follow. To provide a consistent process, then it was necessary for the Department of Health to take that responsibility as it was handed over to them. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
Doctor, can we then turn to paragraph 38 of your statement? Please let me know once you've read it.
I've read it. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, and just for the court, my case lines is frozen, so I'm just switching over to the downloaded version of it to not delay and wait for case lines to work again. So I'm just switching over to the doctor's PDF version of it. I'm not going to regurgitate the evidence, but in respect of your statement that Takalani was going to start the project with 50 users, that didn't happen because of the litigation that happened between the parties, correct?
Thank you, my lady.
So your moral obligation ended once you got the confirmation from the department that everything is fine, even though you didn't know where they were going, you were fine with that comfort.
We were assured, and to make sure that our users are not compromised in any way, we made sure that we demanded that there be clinical officials on site to receive the patients. That gave us the comfort. Thank you, my lady.
Doctor, can we then go to paragraph 40 of your statement?
40.
40, my lady. So just let me know once you're done reading the paragraph.
I have read it. Thank you, my lady.
It's merely just it's a minor point of clarification. Did this season there is a regular spike in patients' deaths, correct?
Can you please mute your mic? It's somebody from Mosego home. I don't know what's happening. You are laughing there and the proceedings are on. Ooh. Thank you. Please mute your mic. Thank you. Continue.
Sorry for the interruption, Doctor. Did you get my question?
Please restate it.
No problem, Doctor. At Life Esidimeni, during the winter season, there's a regular spike in patients' deaths, correct?
I would have to refer to the graphs because you need to see the trend over the seasons of the year. So I don't have that information at my disposal right now. Thank you, my lady.
Is it possible for you to get that information and to answer that question?
As
you are making a statement to the witness, do you have that information? Because it's you yourself, as you're putting the statement to the witness, it seems you have got the evidence. The way the question was put to the witness. Unless if I didn't pick it up correctly.
Not necessarily so, my lady, that it's that the managing director.
Yes, but it was like you had the information and that's why you even said correct.
For him to advise whether that's correct or not, my lady.
Oh, okay. Okay, he has answered. You may proceed.
You have to look at your graphs. So even as the clinician, you wouldn't be able to advise whether during the winter season its impact on mental users.
Without data, I would be thumb-sucking, so I wouldn't like to make any comments around that without physical data. Thank you, my dear.
My learned friend, Mr. Bosela, went into the distinction between marathon and non-marathon. You had said that, according to you, the marathon started in April 2016. So if we run from the premise that Mr. van Bergen SC had stated that the court is entitled to consider the dockets from the date of termination. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that we can put that at October 2015, right?
Yes, the notification was our contract was ending end of September.
So if we work on the premise of Mr. van Bergen's submission that the court must look at dates from the termination date, how many users died at Life Esidimeni from October 2015 to the closure of Life Esidimeni?
I would like I said, I no more am working at Life Esidimeni, so that information I would have to request from Life Esidimeni for me to be able to comment on that.
But users did die during that period.
Users are human beings. Human beings do die. Thank you, my
So
lord.
what I just needed the confirmation to is that if we work on Mr. van Bergen's submission, from termination to closure, users had died. Now, if we work on the alternative premise that the project started and the scope of the inquest is in respect of the rush process, it's then April to closure. Are you aware if users died between April and the closure of Life Esidimeni?
Same premise. I would need to have the data in front of me to be able to give you the number of users who died during that period. Thank you, my lady.
Dr. Dow, in respect of that, my concern is that there are no dockets for Life Esidimeni to account to in respect of either period. You would agree with me?
that wouldn't be true because all deaths are being reported to the Department of Health. So it wouldn't be true that there wouldn't be any data that illustrates the number of deaths that happened in a particular time period. Thank you, Miley.
Doctor, if life Esidimeni is exempted from answering to those deaths, should the NGOs then equally not be exempted for the period before?
Mr. Van Bergen and Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. We are now going on a wild goose chase here, where Mr. Profi seeks to introduce...
Can the witness step aside?
My apologies, my lady.
Yes, thank you.
Where Mr. Profi seeks to introduce issues that are not before this court. The question is the scope that Mr. Profi and Mr. Pihlela wish to place on this court's inquiry. They wish to limit it to the period of the marathon or the rush only. My lady, it goes back to what Ms. Marriott, and maybe I'm preempting her, has said numerous times, and Mr. Late, there are 144 deceased cases before your ladyship, and those are the cases that have to be investigated. And whether some of them should be ignored or not is something that should be addressed on a case-by-case basis. I suppose, my lady, that the issue here relates to deaths arising from the transfer of patients consequent to termination of the service level agreement. That is what your ladyship is enjoined to investigate, and specifically with regard to the 144 identified patients. And to now, on a philosophical basis, to try and say, well, if certain patients are excluded, then others should also be excluded, ignores what your ladyship is enjoined to investigate. And I submit that this question, in any event, is not for this witness to answer. It's an issue, it's a matter for argument. It is something that Mr. Profi and Mr. Pihlela can argue in the fullness of time.
Thank you. Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. I'm in agreement with Advocate Van Bergen, and I don't have anything to add.
Thank you. Mr. Profi? Oh, Mr. Pina? Before Mr. Profi?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, I'm in agreement with my learned friends, Mr. Van Bergen and Ms. Marriott. My lady, the fact is, this honourable court has been enjoined to conduct an inquest in terms of the Inquest Act with regard to 144 identified deaths that had occurred. All other deaths, with all due respect, my lady, are irrelevant. No blanket authority has been granted to this inquest court to investigate all deaths that may have occurred, because the inquest has been instituted with particularity of 144 mental health care users that had demised, my lady. Nobody else, my lady. So it goes about relevancy, my lady. Other deaths are not relevant.
Thank you.
And so, and the relevancy now of cross-examination, etc., my lady, must be directed at the 144 deaths your ladyship has been enjoyed with to conduct an inquest to determine and, if possible, provide answers in terms of Section 16 of the Inquest Act, 58 of 1959, as amended, my lady. May it please the Court.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, I say you people, you are busy prolonging this matter. Can I hear you, Mr. Pichela? And I don't want to, I'm not going to preempt you. I don't want you to be repeating what you said previously. While you are, just before you address the court, you must know that this issue has been dealt with. The court has made a ruling previously. Right? Yes, continue.
My lady, I understand that the issue is again rearing its proverbial head. But what I would like to submit to this honorable court is that I find it somewhat questionable that this court would be limited in terms of only deal with 144, and it goes back to the categorizations of those deaths, my lady. I mean, if among the 144, some have been included erroneously, then that issue should be pointed out to this honorable court, that these patients were included erroneously on the list. And it cannot be said that because a list of certain deceased persons has been submitted to this court, then the court is then forced to consider those lists as if it's authority for this court. I mean, then that would interfere with the discretion of this honorable court. My submission, therefore, is that list as submitted will still need to be justifiable, and they'll still need to be related to the issues that this court is called upon to adjudicate upon. So that will be my submission, my lady.
Thank you. I'm closing the issue. Is there anybody else before I go to Mr. Provi? Mr. Pinar, if you can just lower your hand. I think you just forgot to lower it. Thank you. Mr. Profi?
Sorry, my lady, for that.
My lady, without belaboring the point, I think as a collective, especially in respect of Mr. Pinar SC, has hit the nail on the head, that I agree with him in respect that those deaths that he's saying aren't are irrelevant for life Esidimeni. Why does that same premise and logic not apply to the NGOs who those deaths did not relate to this project? They were outside the scope completely of this project, yet those deaths are included. So if life Esidimeni is to pick a seat with respect, my lady, it cannot say users were transferred from facilities with life Esidimeni, and on that basis I submit the court can then look into those deaths because users were transferred from one facility to the next in life Esidimeni. But be that as it may, the point that I'm making, my lady, is then life Esidimeni cannot say we're exempted for the following reasons. The court accepts those reasons, but then Mr. Van Brachen wants to argue that the alternative happens for the NGOs, that no, for us we're out, but for them they're in because of the determination. So it's either we then work on we're all out or we're all in, my lady. That's my submission.
Mr. Martin?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm afraid that the argument that we're having now is an argument that we really shouldn't be having at all.
Yes, correct.
An inquest is something that is born out of the Inquest Act. It's a statutory sui generis procedure.
Ms. Hasim, I've noted you.
Yes, under sections 3 and 5, it's specific to certain individuals, and it starts all the way from an investigation that takes place long before the inquest is actually called. So there's no question of general fairness or unfairness as a particular individual might see it. So as to say, well, once upon a time, I mean, right now there are things happening in public hospitals that I'm quite sure would shock all of us. But it doesn't mean that this inquest suddenly bears jurisdiction over any of those things as of tomorrow. It becomes a debate in absolute silliness at this point. And I say that with the deepest respect. It's not a debate we should be having. This inquest is something that has started under the provisions of the Act, and it must continue under the provisions of the Act in respect of 44, as it pleases your ladyship.
Thank you. Ms. Hasim?
Sure, my lady. Yeah, I don't want to prolong this. Mr. Martin actually addressed what I wanted to say. All I'll add to it is that your ladyship is enjoined to look at all of the dockets that are part of this inquest. What findings your ladyship makes will be, we'll see at the end of the day. And if the finding in respect of some dockets is that you can't make a finding at all, well, that's also a finding. But what can't happen is a discussion about which dockets should be excluded from the inquest. The Inquest Act doesn't work that way. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. I must say that I don't understand just why this issue keeps on coming back. The court has made a ruling in respect of this issue. The court has been placed with dockets, which the court will have to investigate in terms of the Inquest Act, and the court will give a ruling with regard to that. There's no need to be saying that the court should be told or to exclude what part of the evidence that is already on record. The fact of the matter is, leave the court to do its task. I have already made a ruling in respect of this issue, and I want to say to Mr. Profi that the question that you are asking this witness, it's not for the witness to answer, it is for the court to deal with that.
As the court pleases.
On that note, I don't know, it's now 4:04. You still have questions to the witness?
My lady, if I just may make a proposal, I'm very close to the end, if not 2 questions.
I normally say that I'm going to give you 3 minutes. If you don't finish, we're going to postpone this. We're going to adjourn. Because when you started, you indicated that you were only going to be there for an hour. Same applied to Mr. Pichela.
I'm not sure if it's only a mine.
Now I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Yes.
I couldn't hear the court went silent there.
From my side.
Correct, my lady. I couldn't hear the end portion.
You just
I agree, my lady.
Yes, thank you. Lower your hand, thank you. Proceed, Mr. Profi. If I'm going to give you about 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes. If you don't conclude, I'm going to call it a day. Thank you.
My lady, I don't mean to disrespect the court, but I just want to, if it's possible, to find out from Mr. van Bergen, if for the convenience of this witness, if we can just wrap him up today. If Mr. van Bergen is going to be longer, then we can just continue. If he's coming back tomorrow,
we can just find out. But I understood that he was going to be here for today, or was it for both of them for today and tomorrow? Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, both the witnesses were here for today. Other witnesses, as I understand, have been arranged for tomorrow and Wednesday.
Ms. Merritt?
I agree, my lady. Witnesses that's arranged for tomorrow is Advocate Profi's clients, 2 of them. It's for in respect of Masego Magocha, Mrs. Magocha, as well as Takalani.
Yes, but now we're sitting with a problem where I just want to find out if both witnesses can be dealt with and be finalized before we start with those.
My lady, I think the doctor can indicate.
Come again?
I think the doctor can indicate whether he's available tomorrow.
Yes,
my lady.
That's what I wanted to find out. Dr. Mkacho?
Thank you, my lady. I had made arrangements for today. I would have to go request for tomorrow if I must be back in the court. Thank you,
okay. Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, I've inquired from Ms. Buthelezi. She is available tomorrow.
Yes, but I wanted us to finish also with Mr. Mukajwa. Perhaps we should then just adjourn the proceedings for him to be able to arrange for tomorrow.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, and then tomorrow we'll just come back on the understanding that he will be here to finalize his cross-examination. Doctor, will that suit you?
Thank you, my lady. I'll try my best.
Thank you. Mr. Profi?
My ladies, my apologies. I'll request Dr. Mkochwa to inform my instructing attorney of his success or lack of success in making himself available tomorrow, and I will convey that to Ms. Marriott so that she can inform everyone in advance.
Proceedings until tomorrow morning. The doctor is warned. Thank you very much.
As it pleases your lady.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court.
As a
May it please the court, my lady.